Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Happy hump day. We got about 3 minutes before we get this CPI data, get this party started. How's everybody feeling? That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Brooks. Hope you enjoyed yourself at the Top Golf. Sounds like a great time. We were gonna do that when we were down in Florida, but we did a escape room instead with the whole family. It was pretty cool too. Hungover, but at least I work from home. Nice. How's the world treating me, Michael J? I can't complain. I got you guys, and I got a healthy little boy. Not much more I could ask for in this world. Life could always be better, but in a bigger way, life could always be worse. Always try to focus on the good. I know I spread a lot of what some would say FUD. It's only because I care, and I don't. I hope that some of the bad stuff coming doesn't happen. But in all reality, I do. I do consider myself blessed. Gotta focus on the good, Michael J. Gotta focus on the good. You can always find something to bitch about or something bad, something that's unfair, or something that's whatever. But when it comes down to it, I'm a pretty lucky dude. We should be getting this number anytime now. They got the guy with the suit on. Holy green candle on that SPY. What's going on there? Recession canceled, apparently. I haven't seen the number yet. They still haven't shown the number, but the reaction, the SPY shooting up on that. We'll see if it holds, though. Come on, give me the number, damn it. Came in good, Randy. I'm watching. I don't know why they're not telling me the damn number here. Like CNBC literally has the breaking news up and it just says March CPI with a blank. Okay, here we go. Up 0.1% month over month versus a 0.2% estimate. So that came in lower. What's the year over year? Year over year was 5.0 with 5.6 core. Okay. So came in slightly under. I'm telling you, I still think that the goal is to normalize 5% inflation. But you know me, I'm just a crazy conspiracy dude. Everything running off of this. So what does this mean? Does this mean I'll be very interested to see where the odds of a Fed hike go now? because is this the 10 years dropping like a stone too? Core CPI year over year 5.6 versus 5.6 estimate. Hey, what's up, Rodney? Good to see you, buddy. Hope all is well. All right, so stock market wise, we got to think one way. Reality wise, we have to think another way. Okay, we can't celebrate too much because the simple fact is inflation still exists. Granted, the month over month number came in a little bit lower, but that still means that prices rose from last month to this month. So we're not out of the woods yet, but I guess it's a good sign that what the Fed's doing is beginning to work. But bear in mind, and I think Randy at some point this week is going to drop this for us, because if we're seeing what the Fed's doing finally starting to hit inflation, we're also going to see what the Fed's doing negatively affecting earnings, things like that. And Randy, so I was looking last night, if you're out there, and I was showing Enzo, if you look at all the mega cap stocks, if you look at Apple, Microsoft, all those type stocks, not all of them, but you get what I'm saying. Same exact charts from the moment SVB collapsed. And you've seen them run for 3 or 4 days. You see, not just run, not so much just the price action, but the volume. And this wasn't my theory. I didn't come up with it. I seen somebody point it out, and it makes sense that money came out of banks, went into some of those mega cap stocks. And what is that going to mean for JP Morgan's earnings? Citi, will it affect the big guys, or was all that money coming out of regional banks and banks that at that point would have not seemed safe? Whew, sorry guys, had a 4 sneeze banger there. Bitcoin is in cruise control, 30,500. So the market cooking, and this is part one. We talked about this last night. It'd be a roller coaster week. Now with this, I don't think we get much reaction out of PPI tomorrow. You would expect PPI to fall in line similar, unless PPI comes in on the other side of this, which it probably won't. Similar metrics. But then Friday morning, bank earnings are going to set the tone, not just for the day, but I think more for the whole earnings season. So that'll kind of be my focus over the weekend. Try to get a video out about what's coming up next week, and let Enzo deal with the intraday stuff, because he's so good at that. Man, Warren Buffett has just been on here all morning. He's like a co-host of Squawk Box this morning. So strange. He's been on there for almost 3 hours. Oh, there's the 3 money bags, Jane. Let's go. So everything moving on that. We'll see how much of this holds too into we talked about that last night too. AMC up at 562. We got 8 or GameStop getting in on the party. GameStop trying to crack that $23 mark. Everything up. Microsoft up 1%, up 1.25%, on up 1.5%. Tesla up 2%. Tesla coming back down a little bit now, but cracked through that 190 mark, 190.50 on Tesla. So the market rocking and rolling. Be safe out there, guys, with it. I don't think all the problems of the world are solved just yet, but if there's going to be, ride that wave. Ride that wave. Just know when to get off. That's all. That's the key. I think we know enough by now that every single day, I would say with very few exceptions, there's ways to make money up and down in the market. It's all about timing, all about precision, all about pinpointing those plays. And hopefully you guys have been following what Enzo's been doing and structuring your own kind of battle plan. And Warren Buffett is happier than a pig in shit right now, man. He's loving this CPI number for some reason. This guy's over the moon. Oh, sorry, guys. GTA, what's up, GTA? Good to see you. Good to see you. CPI came in good. GTA, recession canceled. So everything's gravy, man. Everything's gravy. How's Bitcoin doing? So Bitcoin cooled off a little bit, but still 30,385. Yeah, and as I said before, Friday morning, keep an eye. And it could turn out to be nothing. We could have no mention of it. But I think if you're holding Bitcoin, if you're holding something like Coinbase, look for any kind of. So we got that announcement last year when BlackRock partnered with Coinbase to bring institutional money into cryptocurrency. So what I'm looking for is some kind of update, some kind of, whether it be some numbers of what they've done up until now. Because what happened was after they did that, the whole FTX thing happened and it kind of got quiet on that end. So now that that's kind of blown over, SBF is the fall guy. The way that it's looking is they're just going to pin everything on him and move along. That being said, we may get some news out of BlackRock on their call in regards to the direction that they're going with crypto or what. Again, could be a nothing, and I wouldn't blame you if you guys are like, this dude's full of shit. He thought Tesla was going to do something on Investor Day, and they dropped 5%. So One of my biggest swings and misses, but I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. And I was dead wrong on that. Oh, there you go, Michael J. Getting that OTC. Okay, we got winner chicken dinner in the chat this morning. It's going to be a good day. Wacky Wild Wednesday here at Outside the Charts. Don't forget it's poker night. Obviously, GTA. Good stuff. All right, we got 45 minutes before the casino opens. SPY up at 413. God bless it. I am very interested to see my friend Nick DePrima this morning and see if he held one of those Tesla calls. Yeah, ATVI new battle pass out. Yeah, that's probably where Enzo's at. I know he was going to play it last night after we got off. We were looking at ATVI last night too, and it's still got a little room to run. It's still $2 billion, roughly, right around $2 billion cheaper than the Microsoft offer. So if the deal was to go through today, I guess what I'm saying, and I didn't figure out the math of what that would be per share. I just looked at market cap. But they would get a $2 billion premium, which isn't that much when you, let's see, what's their, yeah, so their market cap is 66.7 billion. The offer is like 68.6 billion. How many shares is that? $780 million. So you're only talking on that $2 a share, $2.50. So not too much of a price increase. Oh, absolutely not, Michael. Absolutely not. You will have a great time. Come play with us. I mean, first and foremost, it's a friendly game. Like nobody and everybody would be nothing but helpful. Secondly, on that, usually, well, I don't know if I would say usually, but a big percentage of the time, people that are just getting into it tend to be the winners because they don't overthink. So, but once you have the basics, as long as you know the basic rules, after that it's a lot of luck, a lot of but yeah, you will have a good time. That I can guarantee. And again, everybody's very helpful. If you got any questions, it's nothing to be nervous about. GTA noobs get wrecked. Yeah, they don't. What's up, Nan? Good morning. Good morning. CPI came in good, Nan. Recession canceled. What else is going on this morning? Not much. Warren Buffett's been co-hosting Squawk Box. Everything's good. It's hump day. Battle Pass came out last night. So Enzo's either drooling on his controller or still finishing up a game. One of the two. The weird thing is, GTA, like, when you say, like, Shiba is better than Tesla or something, like, there's never a second that, like, I think to myself, like, man, GTA really thinks that Shiba is, like, more valuable than... But when it comes to that 9-3 with Enzo, I think he actually believes that the 3-9 is the best hand. He's like a dyslexic Doyle Brunson with the 10-2. But he tries. He tries, and it's going to be a green start. It's going to be a green start to the day, Nan. Because I think there's two ways that the market should be looking at this right now. Okay, you got the market looking at it. Inflation down. Well, not down from what we expected. But here's the other part of that is that's like, and I wish I had a cool analogy, but I don't. But it's like, okay, we get one sign that what the Fed is doing might be working. Now we have to prepare for the result of the other tightening. So my theory is that we may see that Friday morning with the banks. We may get a little run until bank earnings. But if what they're doing is working to combat inflation somewhat, like we kind of seen today, it has to be working in other aspects. The tightening has to be working in respects to earnings, spending, everything else too. So I think it's way too soon. I joke when I say recession's canceled. I think the recession is full steam ahead, but Randy, this is OTC. You don't have to defend the special kid here. You know, I'm just kidding. But Randy, those hands still aren't comparable to several other hands. I'm just saying. There's about 37 hands I would take over 9-3 all day of the week. Anyways, poker is for tonight. We got, hey, good morning, my lady. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday. My lady, while we're in the pre-market here real quick, Mr. Business tells me you are a big, there you go, Michael J. Buckets. Mr. Business tells me you are a big Harry Potter fan, and you have to get to Universal immediately. If for nothing else, for the Harry Potter. I've still never seen a movie or anything, and that Harry Potter, the everything about Harry Potter at Universal is just absolutely amazing. So get up there and check it out. Well, that's where I don't know what to think, GTA, because if something happens to the dollar, I don't think it's gonna be a collapse of everybody. You know, people's money is just gone. I think it's gonna be a transfer into the Fed Pay, Fed Now. You know, so, and if anything, so here's the scary part, GTA. And me and Bertie started talking about this all the way back 2 years ago about the debt that was going to come onto people and then the incentives of switching over to the digital currency. And I still think there'll be some sort of debt relief offered. So on the surface, it might look like people come out better. You know, hey, we got this new federal currency. We can print as much of it as we want. You know, switch over to this. What we're going to do, all you got to do is accept the terms of service, blah, 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 blah. We'll consolidate all your debt for you. And I don't know. A frozen butter beer? Is that I don't know what that is. No, I had the only beer I drank in Universal was Miller Lite. And it was actually affordable. I told Nunya that it was way cheaper than like a Sabres game or a Bills game, the beers inside Universal, which I found kind of strange. $9 for a 16-ounce can of beer. Not too terrible. Oh, Jane, so you know what's up. Yeah, me and Nikki are really going to get into it now after having been on all the rides and stuff. I didn't know nothing about it, but it was what they've done there is pretty amazing. Oh, the Kings' first playoffs in decades. Sacramento, let's go. I'll be a Sacramento fan for the offseason. I didn't see either of those, Randy. Ninja Turtles or Mousetrap. Oh, that's the drink that everyone has? Okay. Nah, that's the other thing that surprised me, GTA. I got like that, you know, souvenir cup. It was like $17 for unlimited drinks the whole day, and it included ices. And that Coke machine that they got, man, because there wasn't, you know, you don't want to be drinking pop all day, but they had sugar-free Powerade on there, like 10 different flavors. Like this thing had like at least 120 different flavors of stuff in it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people doing a lot of weird stuff in Harry Potter land, GTA, and I just chalked it up to them knowing something I didn't know. Like the dragon, the one night me and Nikki were in there, and there was like a bunch of people simultaneously. They had like capes on and wands, and they were like casting a spell at this dragon before he was going to breathe the fire. Yeah, that's the ones with the barcodes. You can still get free water, GTA. I mean, at least they do that. They make water very accessible. I'll give them that. Ah, I got you, Randy. I was just disappointed, GTA, that there wasn't more of the original stuff. Like, I understand why they wouldn't have it all. But I went in 98. I was hoping Jaws or something was still. The only original ride they got is E.T. Which Nicky loved for some reason. That was one of his favorite rides. And then he watched E.T. on the plane on the way home. And he picked out a little E.T. stuffed animal with the red light, with the red heart light to give to his great grandma. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, that is. The books are a little intimidating to start. I ain't gonna lie. I wonder who does them on like Audible. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe we can get an Audible sponsorship if I listen to enough Harry Potter. She's still doing the Jamaican Scott, Randy, with Aunt Becky. You remember that movie, Back to the Beach, with the Net Funicello? Yeah, I bet you ain't seen that one. That was where Aunt Becky got her start right after Red. She did. Wow, I'm really dating myself here, talking about Aunt Becky and Annette Funicello. All right, almost 9 o'clock here. I don't know. Annette was, I guess, Annette was hot by those standards. Arctic Fox, what's up, Arctic? Good morning, Arctic. When do you venture off? I know it's got to be coming up, right? Oh, the audio books on YouTube for free. Okay. Yeah, I like to listen to my books nowadays, not because I'm lazy, just because it gives me way more time. I'm in the car a lot, listen to a lot of podcasts, listen to a lot of news shows, stuff like that. But sometimes I got to check out. I'm not going to lie. I was listening to a podcast where comedians break down episodes of Saved by the Bell because I needed to like disconnect from everything. Now I've been listening to old reruns of the Nerdist podcast. And that was your first crush, Randy? Ah, that's sweet. That's sweet. All right, guys, we got a half hour. Oh, you guys leave Tuesday, Arctic. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I hope you have the absolute time of your life, my friend. You guys deserve it. And I know Birdie Hunter's excited. Very, very cool. I was lucky enough down there to meet up with some of the OTC fam, and now you get to do the same. I was able to have a lovely dinner with my buddy Nunya, and able to meet up with Nikki D and our friend Issa. So that was very, very cool. All right. So for anybody that was listening last night, we're doing almost exactly what they are who we thought they were. We called out a move one way or another, and then now it hasn't quite got there yet. So don't let me get too ahead of myself. But if I was a line drawer, I would draw one that came right back down to here and met right around here, putting us right back to where we started by the open. Not saying that it's going to go there exactly, but we expected a little bit of an overreaction and then maybe a back to reality check. I didn't, non. So he had something come up with his family on really the only day that I had when I was in Orlando. So and then I almost broke my phone because every time I called him from Orlando, we couldn't talk. Like I could hear him. Like I was 2 seconds away now, and I haven't been that close to smashing my phone in a while. So didn't get to meet up with him, but we're gonna make it happen next time. Because once I got to the park, it was those tickets were enough money that that we had to take advantage of every minute in the park. And like I was willing, and Enzo was, but Enzo was actually like a don't tell him I told you guys this, but he was actually like a mature adult about it and was like, yeah, we want to hang out, this and that, but at the same time, like, I understand you want to be in the park. That's what you came there for. Like, I don't want to take time away from that. Like, he was very adult about it. Again, that stays between us. But we'll make it happen. The nice thing, Nan, is that my sister has a rental house that's actually closer to him. And then that was the other thing. It rolled into Friday. It turned into a holiday weekend. Traffic, all that. He would have had like a 2-hour drive. It wasn't a hop, skip, and a jump for him. Thank you for that link, my lady. Much appreciated. Oil prices moving up a little bit. So Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all running on the same chart as. Then you got this outlier. This is where we need Enzo. Look at every other chart. Exact same to the downside. Nvidia's holding kind of. Interesting that United Health completely unaffected by the CPI numbers. United Health is another one. Earnings Friday morning. Again, I've said this before. I apologize for saying it because this is a stock we don't often talk about. We don't often look at. But it is the number one weighted stock in the Dow and in the top 10 as far as weights in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So it is a heavyweight. FOMC now 560. Bed Bath and Beyond up 3%. 32.3 cents there. CELZ up 150%. What we got going on here? At $1.21 from 48 cents. Creative Medical Tech announces positive top-line results for type 2 diabetes studies. 1-year follow-up results confirm significant efficacy. No serious adverse effects in patients using CELZ-001 for treating type 2 diabetes. Okay. So I always like to see news like that, not just for anybody holding CELZ, but also for anybody that's suffering with diabetes out there. Hopefully this is one step closer to either a cure or manageable treatment. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Oh, nice. Nice, Arctic. It's right at 122 right now, brother. Good stuff. Good stuff. And that's happened to you. What was the other one? Lucy was moving for you the other day. Keep it going. Get you a little vacation money. Hopefully this thing goes to $2 today. Let's go. So again, you can't differentiate. If I just covered this up, you wouldn't know which one was which. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, exact same charts. Oh, 2 granny wins. Nice. You're killing it. Well, there's strength in numbers, Arctic Fox. It's an odds game, right? More store closings. You got the news yesterday. Walmart closing some of its Chicago stores, saying that they lose tens of millions of dollars a year. And then you had who was it? Whole Foods. Was it Whole Foods closing in San Francisco? Ford building a EV manufacturing hub in Canada, investing 1.8 billion Canadian dollars in its Oakville assembly plant in Ontario, Canada, to transition the facility into a new electric vehicle hub. So Ford continuing to go all in on the EV push. Excuse me. YVR Liquid Media Group. What's the news on them? Recently announced it received an additional deficiency notice from NASDAQ. Okay. So some good news coming out of the liquid media camp there, Arctic Fox. Recently announced it received an additional deficiency notice from NASDAQ. Why not a 50% gainer? So that one you may want to keep an eye on as far as what that notice is. I would imagine a compliance thing, but I'm not sure. But yeah, you may want to keep an eye on it. And if I see anything, I will absolutely let you know. Tesla is in cruise control. No pun intended. 191.39, 2.5% gains here in the pre-market on Tesla. Okay, we got Randy back. Man, Michael J is just crushing it. Every other slot is a win. She getting grandmas, circles, buckets. Let's go. All right, 14 minutes before this open. Make it 13 minutes. Give me one quick second here before we get going. I'll be right back with you in 1 minute. All right, guys, we got 8 minutes before the party starts. AMC trying to get it started 562. Going into the open here. Let's look back at that SPY. So I am not Enzo. I'm not a chart connoisseur. But if I was a betting man, I would expect possibly some downside here. Back at the open, coming back down into these levels. Just my thoughts. I think the CPI number was good. I don't think it was good enough to move the needle, in the sense of I don't think it's good enough to take another hike off the table to say that that everything the Fed's doing is working. I mean, I think it's a good sign. It's a baby step. We'll see how the market reacts. So the market's been known to take a baby step and run with it. Give a MF or a rope, they want to be a cowboy. Yeah, you know what, Arctic Fox? You think it'll be challenging the packing, but what I've noticed is outside of like undergarments and stuff, you know what I mean? You don't end up needing as much as you as you think you do. I had to pack for two too, and Nikki's like packing for a real person now too. So my bags were full. It made a tough time for him to get souvenirs for his mom and his brother and sisters, but we made it happen. We made it work, just as I'm sure you will. 5 minutes, 5 long minutes before we get started here. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that like button. Maybe share this video with a friend. All that good stuff. Oh, Jane Hammond coming in with the grandmas. Man, it is Grandmother Appreciation Day here. Apparently, lots of grandmas being won. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I think grandmas usually represent positivity, love. You know, everybody loves grandmas. Yeah, vacation always does that. Arctic recenters you, makes you remember what the important stuff is in life, and the stuff that's just that you need to just let roll off your shoulders. Focus on the important stuff. Let's go. 130 now for CELZ. All right, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's see if I can get a grandma win before we get going here. Nope. 2 buckets in a bag of cash. I'll take it. Now, Arctic, not financial advice. If you see a run and then you see this thing starting to sell off, I only say this because it's only data. It's only trial data that was released. Granted, it looks like it was very good, but at the same time, that means that you're going to have another gap between at least the next phase of the trial or the FDA approval process, which typically with these tech plays, you see that slow decline into the next catalyst. Again, not financial advice. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've watched enough of these biotech plays together to know how they work after a big catalyst like this. So 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. As always, keep an eye on your own charts. You will get a slight YouTube delay. Good one, GTA. And we are off and running. We got the Dow opening up 0.42%, the S&P opening up 0.48%, the Nasdaq opening up 0.2%. CLZ trying to push higher. We just hit 133. Let's see what that SPY is doing. SPY holding. So Amazon's gone red, Apple dipping, Microsoft holding, Tesla 191.30. Okay, so this is what I'm always talking about. Can't always visualize it. Is this gap here? So if we start seeing downside, we're going to see the Dow holding and then the Nasdaq overtaking it. So these two are pretty close right now. Once the S&P and the Dow flip, CS on the move, Credit Suisse. Okay, Credit Suisse. Have we still got a buyout date on this? Because that deal, not a cash deal, being that it's a stock deal, that price has to be fluctuating. I haven't checked it lately. So now what we're seeing here again, just to give you guys what I look at, this gap widening shows me green, shows me more green on the horizon for this moment, at this moment, because you got the Nasdaq rising, the Dow holding, the S&P rising. AMC, nice red candle to start off, still holding strong at 557. GameStop up over that $23 mark, 23.09 on GameStop. CELZ, what's the volume looking at? That crazy volume. 23.5 million trades already, 124 on CELZ. SPY back up over that 412 mark. Apple moving up now, 162. And the green's going to keep going. So now, again, not to keep harping on this, but I know you guys hear me talk about it a lot. So now, if this gap widens or even stays the same, my thought is we stay green and probably go greener from here. Now, just hypothetically, just to show you what I'm looking at, say the Dow holds up 0.54% and all of a sudden the NASDAQ's only up 0.6% and this gap tightens, that's when you see a shift in the momentum. So that's really the biggest indicator of this. It doesn't give you any long range indications, but it does give you the shift in momentum. And me and Enzo working together to try to time that with what he's seeing in the charts, and what we're seeing on this, I think is going to eventually lead to a really good formula of, at the very least, recognizing the swing in momentum. And again, this is market wide, so it's, obviously there's going to be outliers. There's going to be stocks that are doing the complete opposite of what we're looking at, stuff like that. So how about those Buffalo Sabres too? Sabres. Now that I say that, hold on one second, guys, because they needed to win last night to keep their playoff hopes alive. And they got smoked. Sabres playoff hopes dashed as the drought hits 12 seasons. Okay, so scratch what I just said there. So a little bit of a pullback here. NASDAQ right back to where it started, up 0.2%. The Dow still holding up just under 0.5%. S&P up 0.5%. Now if this gets a little bit tighter, we see this tightening up. This spread between the Dow and the NASDAQ. GFAI flying, huh? Guard Force AI. Is that? 20% gainer on GFAI at 1970. And this looks like we are headed back to the downside, at least for the time being. But we will see. I'm looking for the S&P to flip that Dow, for the Dow to hold and the S&P to fall below it, and then the NASDAQ would be the next. AMC trucking along, 558. Ape at 153, just under 154, up 1.25%. CELZ back below that 120 mark, 119 on CELZ. GFAI through the $20 mark, $20.03 on GFAI, make it 2024. CELZ back above that 120 mark, 121 on CELZ. So everything in the S&P top 10 in the green. Amazon just cracked back over that $100 mark. Tesla back under 190, 189.86 on Tesla. Google now up over 1%, 106.52. Meta up almost 1%. Berkshire up 0.75%. United Health up 0.25%. In the Dow, very little red. You got Merck down less than 0.25%. IBM down less than 0.25%. Procter Gamble flat. J&J down 0.25%. McDonald's down 0.1%. Everything else in the Dow Jones in the green now. With Goldman up 1.25%. Home Depot up 1.5%. Microsoft 0.5%, Visa up over 1%, Caterpillar still running hot, up 0.2%, Honeywell up 0.75%, Chevron 0.2%. AMC now at 560. And now you see this gap is getting under 0.1%. But still holding. It could flip here though. Heist in the chat, guys. Be sure to get in on that. More the merrier. Brookfield Infrastructure to take Triton. Triton is TRTN. Taking them private in an $85 a share cash deal, $4.7 billion deal. TRTN. Okay, so again, not to keep harping on this, but you see how tight this has gotten up now. This is, as soon as this NASDAQ flips that Dow, we could be in trouble. So all three right around down 0.5% right now. The Dow down, or up, excuse me, up 0.53%. S&P up 0.48%. NASDAQ up 0.46%. It all flipped, all of them. Not financial advice. This is where I see downside. This is why I look at these every day. This is the correlation. Hopefully I'm explaining it in somewhat of a coherent way so you guys could see what we're looking at here. But just for reference, we started with a 0.3% gap to the upside between the Dow and the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ opened up almost 0.75%. The Dow opened up under 0.5%. And now you've seen that completely flip-flop to the downside for the NASDAQ, which is my indicator. So Apple coming down, still up 0.33%. Microsoft hanging on. Amazon as well. Tesla 189.50. AMC, the next BBBY. Now, take all the bullshit out of it. GTA, the shorts, all that kind of stuff, the conversion. As far as the company, I'm telling you, I think that Super Mario Brothers, not that one movie is going to save anything, but I think if people start going that route of cheaper animated films, stuff like that, to push more content into the box office, it could be. Again, there has to be a lot of things, but I think keeping the lights on and staying in business for AMC isn't that big of an issue right now. And I think that in itself is a extremely good accomplishment for Adam Aaron, whichever way you slice it. Bed Bath and Beyond is, it's got brand recognition, it's got all that stuff. I don't see the need for retail places like that anymore. NASDAQ continuing to fall. So if you would have picked up some SQs where we called that momentum swing, you would be up a decent amount already, and we're going redder. That's an interesting thought. GTA, Netflix to buy AMC. The tough thing for any kind of AMC sale is I don't think anyone's going to be willing to take on that kind of debt at that price. I think a partnership would be more likely in the cards. Yeah, I think you're right there, Aceley. I think what I hope happens, at least, is more local stuff. I know this is a pipe dream, but I think it could happen only because, and I see it in my area a lot, and we've seen it obviously with the legalization of marijuana up here. We've seen kind of more niche type stores, local stores, and we actually have quite a few of them around here. Small businesses that are stuff that you wouldn't find in either a big box store or stuff that maybe you would want to see in person before buying. So maybe we do away with the Bed Bath and Beyonds and stuff like that, but maybe that opens three local businesses that sell, maple syrup or, something local wherever you're at, something. Again, I know it's a pipe dream, but I'm hopeful. I think it would happen a lot faster if half the people that complain about stuff online and stuff practiced what they preached and shopped local and did stuff like that. Because I guarantee that half the people that'll put like that meme out, shop local, it's local shop day today, and then they walk their ass out to their porch and pick up their Amazon package. But with AI, so look at Amazon GTA with AI. You have to think they're going to incorporate AI into every aspect of shipping, everything like that. If they're able to keep shipping costs low, if they're able to continue, if they're able to continue to lay off workers without sacrificing any productivity, and they're able to incentivize those savings onto customers, I still like Walmart over Amazon, but Amazon, I think, has the leg up in the sense of I'm positive that AWS is incorporating AI into everything they're doing. I disagree, Aceley. I don't think price is. I think price is for some people, but I'd argue that price actually goes out the window when it comes to people ordering stuff that gets shipped to their house. And the reason that I'll say that is because I'll deliver a $7 meal literally around the corner to somebody's house that they just and they'll tip $10 for me to drive a Big Mac around the corner to them. They're not doing that to save money. So I think each thing is different, and I think people are. I think it's the convenience of it is the number one thing. I mean, sure, it makes it a lot easier in this sense, Acely. You can you can compare prices a lot easier online. You can check 20 different places that are selling the same item and check their price point as opposed to having to go to 20 different physical locations and see what they're selling it for. So yeah, price definitely plays into it, but I think it's the convenience factor and I think it's the laziness factor. And I don't mean that as an insult because I'm just as lazy as anyone, but I think we've just grown accustomed. Plus, it's habitual now. You have people, not to bring up old stuff, but you have people kind of stuck in their houses. Their only way of getting stuff is ordering it. People, we're creatures of habit. We do something, we fall into a routine, and I think people just keep going with that routine. Yeah, it really is, Arctic Fox. It really is, and I go out of my way when I do whether it's a fine dining restaurant that I'm dealing with or whether it's McDonald's. But if number one, I go out of my way to try to be kind to them because I know they put up with shit all day. But the ones that extend it on the other side, I definitely go out of my way to make them know that they're appreciated. You don't see people taking pride in their jobs. That's what's disheartening. And I think we're seeing a generation too that if they don't like doing work, they don't like the job, they just quit. There is no putting up with anything. But I commend the people that do the jobs that we might not admit that nobody wants to do, but we want to exist. And when I say we, I mean just society in general. Everybody wants to have McDonald's available. Everybody wants to be able to go to the car wash and have the guy outside of Delta Sonic dry your car. Whatever the case may be, we all want these things to exist. I think people have lost track of the sense that somebody has to do that job in order for it to exist, and multiple people. Which maybe AI changes that. Maybe you got Robot Rosie at the counter at McDonald's 5 years from now. You never know. CELZ, slow bleed. Along with the market, the NASDAQ flirting on going red. Well, I think it's see, I think we do things ass backwards. I think it's where I think in the sense of a fast food worker or something like that, I think you're 100% right. They should be treated as gold. They shouldn't be treated like they're the lucky ones. I agree. I agree 100%. But it's like it's the people that do land golden opportunities, non, and I think those people, when you're making money that doesn't make sense, I'm not saying that you deserve to be treated badly, but like you're earning it. But like we treat the what we would look at as the lowest rungs on the totem pole is that they should, that like you saying that they should be lucky that they have a job. Yeah, and I think that's something that's going by the wayside, Randy. Randy says several times in my career, I've worked years for companies I didn't like, didn't have the leisure to just up and quit. Yeah, yeah. And it's not a black and white issue, Randy, because it's like I understand workers' rights, um, but workers' rights and then false entitlements, I think, are two different things, and I think that's kind of what we're experiencing now. Nasdaq now in the red. Well, and you know what, GTA, I feel like fast food and specifically got over for so many years by it being a kid's job or a high school job. They didn't have to worry about wages and stuff like that because they always curbed it with, well, McDonald's is just a stepping stone. It's just well, not for everybody, and there's a lot of people that have made good careers, worked their way up, but like just because you perceive that this job should be done by a certain class of people, it doesn't mean that you should be able to then um, shit all over those people. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. And I always wondered how, not McDonald's, but more the government, and someone probably has an answer for this for me. How they're able to tax teenagers um, on their paychecks. Like, isn't that why we blew up the? Isn't that why the Boston Tea Party happened? Taxation without representation. Well, if you're under 18 and you're getting taxed, aren't you getting taxed without representation? You can't vote. I mean, it breaks my heart, non, to see, and don't take this the wrong way. This isn't, just seeing elderly people in the situations that they're in, working behind the counter at a Wendy's, something like that. And again, I don't mean this as an insult towards them. I mean that it's come to this, that you could clearly see that their retirement doesn't pay the bills, and they're in their 70s forced to go work a fast food job, not to live a lavish life, not because they want to go. And every situation's different, I get it. I'm not, but I'm a bleeding heart when I see people. uh it hurts to see people living just a life of a life of struggle, I guess. And then to see others have it so easy. And I'm not pushing socialism or anything like that. It's just yeah, it's I guess being down in Florida, that was one thing down there, like just on that beach watching millions and millions of dollars of cars just drive by me. I'm like, they ain't never gonna put public transportation down here. Why would they? They got billions of dollars just driving on this street. That's tough. That's tough, Randy. I did the same thing. I worked. I still got my. I still got like my or not my W-2, my year end. Um, I forget what it was like through paychecks because I worked on salary, but I had to still punch in and out. Um, the only perk that I got, Randy, though, was I didn't get any overtime, but my overtime hours accumulated vacation hours. So that was the only kind of silver lining. But I worked the last full year that I worked. This was the year before Nikki was born. I worked 355 days on salary. And granted, some of those days were only for a couple hours where I punched in, was in the store for a couple of, but still 355 days. I gave my all to that. And I didn't begrudge it. I didn't begrudge it at the time, but had I kept with that, I wouldn't have the relationship I have with my son. I would have missed him growing up for the most part, and it is what it is. You can't plan, you can plan for everything in life, and those plans can be completely turned upside down in a moment's notice. Nice, Girth. OTC. So the Dow holding strong, up 0.44%. The S&P up 0.3%, and the Nasdaq just in the green. We are coming up on a half hour on this wacky, wild Wednesday hump day here at Outside the Charts. GFAI just going bananas. 24.23 now for GFAI. 48% gains. Looking good. CELZ needs to get going. Yeah, 112 on CELZ. And Apple holding just a little bit of green. Microsoft up 0.25%. Amazon now down 0.5%. Tesla all the way back down to 187.65 after hitting 191.58 in the open market. Google holding on to a little bit of green, not much. Nvidia down 1.5%. Meta now down 0.33%. Berkshire and United Health both up just over 0.5%. Oh, they pulled you back in, huh, Randy? Nice. Nice, nice. And I apologize, guys, if my nice, Michael. Getting everyone. You're getting every combination today. My voice, if it sounds a little shoddy, I got off here last night, planned on going to bed, instead went down rabbit holes and got like an hour of sleep, if that. But you know what? At a premium. Well, always at a premium. Always at a premium. We are at 10 o'clock, a half hour into the trading day. And so far we've been pretty spot on with the trajectory of the market since we got that CPI report. Yeah, well, it's funny that you say that, Randy. The opportunity that I got coming up stemmed from a relationship with somebody at Smoking Joe's at an old job. And the cool thing is there'll be a lot of freedom. It's like a side opportunity to grow something over the next 5 to 10 years with a guy that I trust, a guy that I worked with for years, a guy that knows my work ethic. And it's exciting stuff. It's not, it's It's a cool baseball stadium around here that the city just renovated. He's bringing in some local colleges to play there and get stuff lined up. So the point of that was don't burn bridges unless you have to. I did burn one bridge at a job, and another bridge burned me. So adios, muchacho. What's up, Lobo? Look at Lobo come right in and go 3 money bags. Bam. Jane Hammond. Oh, you got 3 money bags? I'll have an OTC. Wow. I ain't won nothing. I gotta get on these slots. These things are on fire. This is what bankrupted Bailey's right here. Oh, look at Girth. TTT. No, LeBron is no GOAT. I agree. I agree. Although I will say he may have been the most physically gifted basketball player of all time. And I'm biased. I'll always say Jordan's the GOAT. No one will ever change my mind. Well, it's tough, Nan, because I try to look at it like if I grew up watching LeBron play, how I would feel about him. You know what I mean? If in my formidable years LeBron was center stage, I don't know how I would feel about him, because I was like that with Jordan. Then Kobe was kind of the next generation after me being a kid of like that was the dude. I mean, I've said it before. The thing I will give LeBron credit for, um, I take some of the controversial stuff that he's said on social media. Take that aside. 20 plus years in the league, 25 years in the spotlight since he was a kid, and to not have any major crime or anything like that, I guess is a good thing. But that always makes me put my tinfoil hat on and just say, well, he's just willing to play ball, because a lot of people speculate that Kobe pushed back on certain things and that's what led to the stuff in Denver, and but that's right up there with the Jordan suspension theory, that he didn't really quit to play baseball. That was a 2-year suspension for gambling. Who knows? Oh, not if Coach would have put me in fourth quarter with the big game on the line, we would have won state. I guarantee I could have took LeBron in my prime. I'd have scored a point on him. See, I think I could. I think I could score a point on LeBron in my prime. I don't think I could score a point on Jordan in my prime. Try these slots again. Yeah. Well, that's what he did. I didn't like self-proclaiming. You can't self-proclaim yourself the king or the GOAT. It has to happen. My favorite LeBron thing of all time, and we always, me and my buddies, always in our group chat, post the GIF when I forget if he was on Cleveland or Miami when they were playing the Spurs. I think it was on Miami, and they bar mitzvahed him off the court. I feel like he got hurt. He had it wasn't a serious injury. He like cramped up, and I feel like it was the same game. Caesar, you might know about this with the air conditioning fiasco. Remember when they were complaining about the air conditioning? It may have been in the Alamo Dome, but I think it was where it is now. But these dudes, these two little white guys carry LeBron off the court, and it looks like they're bar mitzvahing him, dude. It's hilarious. I think it was either the same series or the same game, Girth. But just the clip, I don't know if it was just like the camera, that was before camera phones and stuff. So it was just like the one angle that they had of it. It just looked so funny. These two little dudes like carrying LeBron off the court because he had a cramp. Like it was, it was friggin' hilarious. I'll find that clip, Girth, for the next nighttime show. That we'll reserve all playing of dumb shit for nighttime. So if you guys got any dumb shit you'd like to talk about, send it our way. Or something that we could do. We're just trying to utilize our time. I love being with you guys in the morning. After listening to Enzo, he kills it during the day. He's better at commentating the actual market. I think we work well together. It's nothing like that. So just trying to expand our audience and use our time wisely and stuff like that. Yeah, it's Granny Day. It's Grandma Day. Grandma Appreciation Day here, Michael J. If any of you guys are grandmas out there, they're the most important thing. I know for me, my ma is Nikki's Nana, and she is number one in his book. And I think that was by far and away the best part of vacation, was seeing my ma having, getting to spend time with her grandchildren and just, yeah. So it's only fitting that we have Granny Wild Wednesday here. Let's go. I'm going to put an APB out on Enzo here in a few minutes. So the market heating back up. We got the Dow up 0.54%, S&P up 0.5%, NASDAQ creeping back up 0.36%. So again, these are the swings, and that's where I say these gaps in the Dow and the NASDAQ, they don't dictate how the whole day is going to go, but you can get momentum. And what we're trying to hone in on, and we're actually working on this, believe it or not. I know you guys know, but it's not, we don't just show up and talk. We put a lot of work in behind the scenes, and that's one of the things, is getting these momentum swings into small trades. Okay, so you're not gonna when we see this momentum shift, you're not going to go long on something or go short on something and expect next week you're going to see the results. No, but you can make a quick 20%, in 10, 15 minutes of the way these things move when we see the trigger of that momentum shift. All right, Mr. Stogner. Hey, Randy, reach out to me later tonight. We're probably not going to do a nighttime show because of poker. But if you want to join us Thursday or Friday, if you got some time, let me know. We've been doing it at 9 p.m. I know it's a little late for some people, a little early for some people on the West Coast. We may jack it to 10 p.m. if we continue to keep doing it, only because once the boy goes back to school, like 9:30 is his bedtime. So just trying to give myself, trying to work around schedules here, guys, and make everything happen. I hope you guys know that it's not out of if I'm not around or things changing up, it's not out of lack of dedication. Obviously, I gotta pay the bills first and foremost, and then try to juggle everything the best I possibly can. I think we'll probably try to do it like 4 nights. I'm not sure about Friday night because I know people have a lot of stuff to do, and that's usually my night to hang out with the boy. So potentially Michael J, like a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday thing, and just leaving Wednesday out because we play poker. There's enough good discussion in there. And then maybe incorporate a Sunday night thing into it too, to kind of get us ready for the week ahead. And trust me, it's going to be more market related. I know the last couple nights we've just kind of been shooting the shit, going over, listening to some audio clips and stuff, which is good. I like doing that in hours when the market's not moving, because there's no action to worry about. And just interesting stuff. And that's why I say, if you guys come across, news articles, news stories, things that pique your interest, things that aren't just black and white stuff that we can discuss in a respectful way and try to figure out what's going on in the world. That's all it is. It's never anything that we talk about is never it's never a gotcha thing. It's never it's just to deconstruct what's going on around us, because it's so tough nowadays to know what to believe, what not to believe, what's. So everything moving a little bit to the upside. Still haven't, for me, this gap still hasn't decreased enough for me to want to make a play to the upside. But we got the Dow up. The Dow has to be near session highs, up 0.6%. S&P up just about 0.5%. NASDAQ up just over 0.25%. AMC still holding 555. Tesla coming all the way back down. So Tesla was up 2.5%. We ran up to 191.58. Now at 187.33 on Tesla. GNS, what's going on with GNS? $136, 17% gains. Do we have any news come out? No. What is this? SMX. What is this SMX? An amazing upward leap for SMX security matters turned sour in Tuesday's trading as shares fell by 20% in the morning. So this was yesterday. Not even a month ago, SMX was poised to ring the opening bell for NASDAQ. The event was to mark the company's IPO, which happened about a week before its bell ringing. Then SMX made an unexpected announcement. It was going after those who were trading illegally in SMX shares, a move that it asserts hurt its share price. It also noted it was considering offering a special dividend, which it asserted would help expose any market manipulation. SMX may even go so far as to generate a dual listing to fight back against illegal trading. Okay, so SMX, the latest to, and they just IPO'd. So I don't know if it's encouraging or discouraging, seeing all these companies take up fights as far as naked shorting, things like that. It's encouraging on one hand to see them fighting back, and it's discouraging to know that this is happening enough, as much as it is, I should say. Michael, I'll take the blame on that. So Enzo's done all the prompts for the slots and everything like that, but I know you had some questions before I went on vacation, and I am not going to lie to you and tell you that I'm still working on it. I completely forgot about it while I was gone. I'll get with him though, and we'll get it figured out. Try to figure out what the structure of this is, and at least get something in writing that shows the structure. Regardless, just so we know what's going on with the currency. Okay, Girth Brooks coming in with an update. So grandma's went from 25K to 17K, but for some reason they just paid out 7,500. I think it's supply and command, basically, Caesar. With the supply of grannies in the chat so high today, obviously the demand isn't there. So I'm not sure I'm not sure about any of it, to be honest with you. It's Enzo's doing, but hey, we win as a team, we lose as a team. So I'll take the rap, and we'll get it figured out. It's 10:22. I am going to go figure out a cup of coffee for myself real quick and be right back with you guys here in just a few minutes. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Spring's in the air up here. Dogs don't want to come back in the house when they go outside. CELZ broke through VWAP. Nice. So back up at that 120 mark for CELZ. The Nasdaq's gone red again. The Dow falling towards lows. The Dow up 0.25%, S&P up 0.16%, Nasdaq down 0.02%. So that's why I didn't overreact to that little move to the upside and said there was still nothing showing me that we were going green just yet. What's up, Mr. Apollo? Let's see. We were just looking at GFAI. Where you at? There's my level 2. Hold on, Martin. Why didn't it add it? Why is the volume not so high? Under 10 million trades and we're up 60%. That's a little bit strange to me, Martin. What is this even running on? No news? Wow, sorry, my friggin' mouse is not working right now for some reason. So all these numbers back here, I don't think it was ever $100 stock. I think that was because of the split. Yeah, so they did a 1-for-40 split back in February of this year. For me, that makes things difficult, Martin, as far as looking back and seeing any kind of support or resistance. I mean, I guess I would look right in the 28.45. If you're looking for 30, Martin, I would look 28.45. If it blows through there, then I would say 30. Again, a little bit tougher when you have such a big reverse split. And I remember doing that with Tough Built TBLT. It was very tough to interpret there. I think it was TBLT because they had done a 1-for-250 split. And I understand the value is still the same. For some reason, it throws my charting off, though. But I would look 28.45, Martin. Next stop on this. I would keep an eye on volume, too, both ways, Martin. If you see if we see volume, and why doesn't it show my volume here? Okay, that's better. Sorry. If you see volume pick up with momentum going one way or another, just because we got such low volume, I mean, relatively low. In relation to the average volume, it's still 5 times it, 6 times it. Average volume 1.8 million. We're at 10.1 million. So I would keep an eye on volume. And look, that was that mark, and I didn't even see this when I said that number, Martin. 28.45. I said 28.44 is what it hit. No, I don't either, Arctic. Like I said, I would just look at that 28.45 mark as a reference, and if it gets through there, you may see some resistance there, but I don't see any sell walls per se. And because of the volume, it's telling me that it's not all day traders. You know, if this was just day traders going nuts with it, we would have 40 million trades by now, 50 million, something like that. So all things to take into consideration. Yeah, and the funny part, Nan, is like I think we make it a much bigger chore to go to one or two places now than when you had to when there was so many things that you had to do errand wise. But yeah, I agree. I think my ex-wife is the only person that uses the term errands. She's always got errands to do. I don't know what she's dropping off and picking up everywhere, but market coming down kind of hard now. The Dow up just 0.17%, S&P up 0.12%, and falling fast. NASDAQ down 0.08% now. Well, you're back in the green on CELZ. Arctic 124 on CELZ. 157% gains. GFAI falling below that $27 mark, $26.99. The SPY holding 410, but fading fast. Will it drop before? And there's 409.99. Yeah, them errands will get you. They'll get you coming and going. Seen it one too many times. I actually gotta do some errands in a little bit here now that you say that, Nan. So we got one piece of the puzzle today with CPI. A little bit better than expected. We'll get PPI tomorrow again. Don't think there'll be a big response to it unless it's categorically way off on the estimates, whether it comes in way better than expected or way worse than expected. If it comes in even within the range of what we came in with CPI today, as far as the 0.1% difference, even something like that, I don't think really moves the market tomorrow. I think tomorrow all eyes will be focused on Friday morning. I think I think it'll be a day tomorrow where there's going to be a lot of stuff to dissect as far as what to expect out of bank earnings. And again, I don't mean to be overblowing this or overhyping it, but I really think some of those earnings Friday morning are going to dictate how this earnings season goes. So we'll try to, I'll see what time they're coming out. We'll definitely try to have the stream up and running before those earnings start dropping Friday. Tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we'll be up and running before PPI comes out at 8:30. And remember, guys, we don't have FOMC this month. So there's going to be again, I use the roller coaster reference of what's the Fed going to do? What's the Fed going to do? And don't forget, there's a lot more data that's coming out from now until the time they make that decision. So let's not get caught up in the hoopla. Martin Apollo liking 134 for the exit, Arctic. Okay. Okay. I see you, Martin. Appreciate that, Martin. Appreciate you giving the not financial advice. The what would you call what the friendly conversation? Yeah, what's all the hullabaloo about, Lobo? Seems to me like we got some rebel rousers out there. You guys play the Warriors first round, Nan? Okay. Well, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Oh, wow. AMC on the move. Hold on. Let me get that chart up there. 568 now on AMC. GFAI back at that $27 mark. If that volume keeps like that, though, Martin, you might see 30 sooner than later. Only because it's a slow and steady climb. It's not a wild, volatile move to the upside. AMC 569, new high of the day, up almost 5%. Ape up at 154.7. GameStop now back in the green. Yeah, and Arctic, I've been in those situations, and especially where it's something where if you held it for any period of time, it gets a little green. And if you the way that I always try to do it, Arctic, and again, not financial advice, just kind of, and I'm only telling you this because I've made the mistakes and done it the wrong way. But I've always got that feeling where it was like, if I went back the day before, okay, so like if you go back and look, Tesla is shitting the bed, to quote. So I like that. If you look back to say 2 days ago, Arctic Fox, and you were looking at your CELZ, and I was to tell you, hey, you can, I'll get you out of this right now I'll give you your original investment back. You would have probably been happier than a clam, right? Because of what it was, obviously up all this. But then when you get to that point, it's easy to fool yourself into, okay, well, I waited this long for it to get back to even. Now I want to make profits off it. And I'm not saying that that's the wrong anything like that, but just give yourself that perspective of how you looked at that stock in your portfolio a day ago, and what how you would. Again, Arctic, I'm only saying this because I've made the mistake many times. You know what I mean? So CELZ down at 105. Now the difference here is, look at the volume on this. Obviously a much cheaper stock, but we're up 61 million trades now on CELZ. It's a tough position because you get back to even on a stock that you've been down for a while, and then you think to yourself, well, I didn't get in this to just break even. I got in, it's, and again, I'm not saying that every time you should make a decision one way or another based on anything, you know what I mean? My favorite stock, Nan? I don't know. I don't know if I would say I have a favorite stock. I mean, I would have to look at a lot of different stuff about it. Like, I guess one category, Nan, would be like a stock, and I know some of you guys have some of these stocks that like for Enzo, take the SPY out of it, probably Tesla, because he knows he can play it up and down. He knows the way it moves. It might not necessarily be the stock that he thinks is the most fundamentally stable or anything like that, but he just knows it. For me, I don't know what my favorite stock would be. Let's see if we can have a breathing treatment. Maybe that'll help. King's gonna sweep. I hope they do. Yeah, it does. It does, Arctic, because like I said, you look at it like, okay, well now I'm back to even. Now I can turn a profit off of it. And you know what? As long as Janie Buckets keeps killing it, Jane and Michael J are just destroying the slots today. I love it. It's funny though that you asked that question on what's my favorite stock, because I really thought going back 2 years to when all the AMC GameStop stuff started. I thought that with such a big influx of retail traders and with the following Adam Aaron and Ryan Cohen got, I expected more CEOs, and we've seen it. So I guess I can't really say, we've seen it with GNS. We've seen it with all the companies that were kind of involved in that CEO block. But that was more of a let's fight the shorts. Like I expected to see more sales pitches out of CEOs, more appeals to the public as far as retail traders, not retail traders in the sense of people that have money in 401ks, but people that actually buy stocks. I thought we would see more PR done to gain shareholders. And what's funny is that they spend the advertising, but I don't think they spend it wisely. First Solar. Okay. Jane likes First Solar, constantly slow rising. Love it. Love it. And I think it's got enough functionality in the now, Jane, but with enough optimism for the future to be a perfect stock to put in that category. Oh shit, Nicky Boy just won $25 on a scratch off. It's a good day. Hold on one second, guys. Let me call him real quick because he just he sent me a picture and then I missed his call. He's all excited. Give me 2 minutes. All right, sorry about that. He was pretty excited. He won $1 on a scratch off that he had in his Easter basket. Turned it in for a loose change and won 25 on that. Now he's going to pocket 20 and he's going to let 5 ride. And the market, everything's gone red now. S&P now down 0.1%, NASDAQ down nearly 0.5%, and the Dow on the cusp of going red. So we called it, guys. I think we had the day spot on so far. I know there's a lot of day left, but we got the head fake with the CPI data, just like we talked. We talked about it last night. We talked about it this morning. She's having a tough time, that Amanda Bynes, isn't she? She's the one having all kinds of trouble. That's always tough to see. Oh, that's a beautiful thing, Jane. So you got in 18 months ago at 90, slowly risen to 210 now. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. No, he probably grinded COD all night, GTA, and probably had been up for like 2 days and probably hit a wall, if I was guessing. I thought it came out last night. I don't know. I know he was going to play it when we got off the stream last night. Because he was liking something about Activision, something about this battle pass, like either costing more money or having an additional tier or something like that. COD is a good fish to eat. I agree. 100%. I don't know. I like the game, but at my old age, it's too repetitive for me. I hate to, like, I like playing with like Enzo and Caesar, and I like playing with my friends. But I've got such limited time to play video games now. Like, I like to play shit that's new and exciting. Not the same maps, the same shit that I've played for the last 20 years. Funny, Lobo, we were talking about the Epic Store and what to expect from them in the future last night. Oh, yeah, that may be it. That might have been what he was up doing. I don't think he's playing now. I think he probably just played until he couldn't go anymore. That's why I say there's probably some drool on the controller right now. And I'm biased with my video games now anyways, because 95% of the stuff that I play is to play with Nikki. And even if it's not a co-op game, like we've been playing this Five Nights at Freddy's game together that he bought, where we're both playing single player on different TVs, but playing together to kind of get through the riddles and shit, which is fun. Billy Ray, what's up, Billy Ray? Well, Billy Ray, the good folks at the CPI department came out this morning and gave us a ray of sunshine. We thought everything was good. Market ran up. You know, people were loving life. High fives. The people that rang the bell, smiles ear to ear. And then reality set in. Then reality set in a little while later, just like we said it would, and people started thinking, my thought is that the reality, Billy, and you could probably see this angle, is that inflation numbers down a little bit. What they're doing is working, but what they're doing has effects not just on inflation, but has effects on earning capability, has effects on businesses in ways that I think the realization came to. What's up, bullfrogging? So we got the fake run up this morning. We've got all three in the red now. The NASDAQ now down 0.5%, S&P closing in on 0.25%, and the Dow down 0.1%. They all opened over 0.5% gains. So Nan, do you think that's something that we'll see an AI related model? And I know some places already have that. I think in Canada on the QEW, I don't think that they don't have police, but I don't think they give speeding tickets. I think you get one sent to you in the mail. So that's the tough part. You abolish traffic police now, Nan. For me, like on a throughway, it's 55 in most places, 65 in some. But now if you're going 57, are they going to send you a ticket? And I used to naively ask that when I was a kid, and I still guess I don't really know the answer of, and this was before the internet, but I remember somebody telling me that the highest speed limit in America was 80 at the time. And I remember thinking to myself, well, why do we make cars that go 200 miles per hour if the fastest you could ever drive them is 80? Now, again, this is from a 10-year-old standpoint. I never quite got that. Well, he's doling them out, Billy. He's doling them out. What was it, 300 million? 300 or 500? I think 300 to Harvard. To name a building after him or something. Oh, Mr. Birdie Hunter. Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's going to be a wonderful day. Played some golf yesterday after dinner. Birdie, I know you still got it. I know you still got it. And the best thing is, Birdie, with golf, and I think you can relate to this. As we get older, our golf swing's so ingrained, you don't necessarily lose the swing. But the beautiful thing, Birdie, is that you have so much good stuff going on in life right now, that there's no stress at golf. When your life's a mess, your golf game's a mess. Not saying your life was ever a mess, but when you have off the course stuff, it bleeds over into the course. So if you got a good, clear mind out there, that everything's going good, always makes it a little easier. Well, I think everything that they would argue on that and I am not a constitutional authority by any means, but I think when it comes to all the stuff put on traveling in a car, like registrations, inspections, insurance, I would think that the argument would be that that's for other people's safety and liability, so it's not necessarily restricting the right to it. And does every state have inspections now? I know for a while not every state did. But we've had inspections, and when I was younger, it was just check a couple things and they would give you a sticker, or you knew somebody, you could buy a sticker. But nowadays you got to hook everything up and make sure everything's tip top magoo. And on one side, it sounds stupid that you should make people get their cars inspected once a year, but at the same time, you don't want people driving unsafe vehicles out there that could cause others. So it's like 90% of stuff in life, I don't have the answer. There's just it's such a gray area of. Appreciate that, bullfrogging. Appreciate that, my friend, and good to see you. And yeah, I wish I had some better stuff to report on right now. We're seeing a lot of red here. I mean, I think the one thing that the one positive of it is that we identified this. And even if you didn't have a play in it, guys, the good thing is you have to look at stock trading and what we do communally. I don't mean myself, I mean all of us together. Just like any other craft, of every day of experience of identifying stuff that goes the way that you envisioned it going is a victory, because in the long run, it's all going to pay off. Oh, so it's only in, so it's not even statewide, huh, Arctic? Only in Anchorage you have to get inspections. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, Nan, and I'll tell you, you would think I would be more against it. So when I was, let me see, 11, my ma got hit by a drunk driver who had fell asleep at the wheel, and the only thing that saved her, we had just adopted a greyhound 2 weeks earlier from the racing track, and this dog broke free from my ma, jumped on the hood of the car, and the lady woke up, slammed on the brakes, and still hit my ma, and messed her up, but definitely would have been a lot worse. What I'm trying to get to is the lady didn't have any insurance. My ma is still paying off hospital bills and shit to this day. She got nothing. She got the lady got arrested. Okay, well, that doesn't help my mom at all. So I see both ends of it. I see the freedom side of it, but I also see the dangers of not having. So I don't know. Again, I don't know the answer. I really don't. But what was so strange about it too, and I also had a stepfather that 5 years prior than that, he got hit by a drunk driver, and he got way more messed up. He was in a coma for a couple months, all that stuff. His guy had just the minimum insurance. The guy that hit him had minimum insurance. He got a payout. He still came out like $100,000 in the hole in hospital bills after getting a settlement and all that stuff. And that was with insurance. But the funny thing about it, neither one of them were in a car. My stepfather was crossing the street. He had got out of his car. He was going to band practice, and he was crossing a street. My mom was nowhere near her car. my mom was walking the dog, and both of them, I would imagine him, I don't talk to him anymore, but I would imagine him too, still pay super high car insurance premiums because they were involved in an auto accident where they had nothing to do with driving. Like that to me, that end of it, you know what I mean? I think if you get into the schemes like that, and then the other thing that I found out recently that was not debunked, I looked for people debunking it. I didn't look for people proving it. So, and I don't know how true it is still in 2023. But if you were somebody that jumped around to different car insurances to get better rates, you would basically eventually get blackballed and not be able to, like, the big insurance companies kind of banded together to do that. Well, I think it should be the other way around, though. Then, I think if you're saying that, though, if you want extra to protect yourself, I mean, it's tough because you again, without insurance, should you just be completely not liable? You know what I mean? You go out and even if it's not your fault. So let's look at something like that that's not your fault. You're out, you're driving, it's icy, you smash into somebody else's car. What should it just be on you to pay for it? Should insurance? And I'm genuinely asking, not I'm not like trying to be a jerk like a gotcha. I I don't know. I think that they probably are. It definitely is big business, no doubt about it. Insurance companies. Oh, that's nice, Birdie. That wouldn't be possible in the Netherlands. Insurance companies will cover the cost of the victim always. There's a special fund for cases like that in which all ins companies must donate. But what if there's no even if the person doesn't have any insurance at all? So like I said, with my stepfather, the person had insurance, it just didn't cover enough of it. So okay, so you think that it should be, so like, okay, a good example, non, so like, this is what I didn't understand. My ma's car insurance didn't pay for anything. You know what I mean? Which if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you're saying that almost to each their own. So like, I slide in the ice, I hit somebody, hit their car or something. Their insurance, they have insurance to take care of their car. I have insurance to take care of my car. Well, it's mandatory here too, Birdie, but and this was in 1992, two guys. Well, yeah, 87 and 92 respectively with my stepfather and my mom. So a complete different time. You're talking 30 years ago, so I'm sure most of it is not relevant these days, but yeah, it's tough. And car insurance for me is a little bit easier to accept, I guess. It's because you know what it is, non, is car insurance. Sure, you all pay, we all pay a different premium and maybe have different coverage, this and that. But outside of that, it's not there's not big huge differences. There's not, you're not, if me and you were comparing insurance, we wouldn't get down to the nitty gritty like, well, does your insurance cover rentals if there's only body, like very specifics. But when you get into medical insurance, it's a whole different ball game. So I guess that's why mentally I've kind of accepted, something necessary. Although I look at medical insurance a lot different because there's a lot of, somebody's not going to lose their life because Geico told them something their insurance didn't cover. You know what I mean? Somebody's life isn't going to be devastated because the Allstate guy jacked their premiums up 10 bucks a month. And I'm not taking away from it. I'm just saying, like, the health insurance is such a much bigger real kick in the teeth. And if any of you guys out there have ever worked in health insurance or had to sign, the only NDA I've ever signed in my life was a catering gig that it was probably once every 3 months for a big health insurance company where we catered like the actual meeting, like it was a big event every 6 months or whatever. And yeah, we had to sign NDAs and stuff of and it's it's kind of like that movie. I think it's just called Conspiracy. It's about World War II, more specifically kind of the Holocaust, but it doesn't show any killing. It doesn't show any brutality. It doesn't show any. It just really shows the meetings leading up to what eventually happened, which in my mind was so much more terrifying. Hearing people pre-plan evil is I don't know. It's just a scary thing. We should go back to horses. Yeah, but you wouldn't need insurance, but you'd be paying taxes every time they fart. I'm sure horse farts are doing something bad that we'll be told we got to pay for. Then you'd have to have Nike get into the horseshoe business. It'd be a whole big thing. Red asphalt. I feel that sounds really familiar, Lobo, but in my old age, I feel like everything sounds familiar. But I also went down that rabbit hole when I was done with the first rabbit hole last night. Then I went down more Maoism and the Culture Revolution over there, and some of the parallels that we see in today's world to what happened back then. Some interesting stuff. The dangers of drinking and driving. Okay. Yeah, I remember being shown some stuff like that in school. I think we had like MAD came in and did like a presentation, MAD, MADD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We had the DARE program, but allegedly that DARE program was set up to spy on parents or something, allegedly, to get kids to like snitch on their parents inadvertently. I don't know how true that is. I don't think that was the case in every DARE program. Like, I could tell you now, it was they didn't send them into my Catholic school at that age. Well, maybe they did. Looking back, I don't know. AMC holding strong through this madness, down from that high of 572 at 555. The Dow back in the green now, slightly. S&P right there. NASDAQ climbing back up a little bit. Hey, DARE worked. Arctic Dare worked, and I'll tell you why. So one of the projects for Dare was they broke us into teams, and we had to do an anti-drug commercial, and I got to play the drug addict, and I snorted a pixie stick, and I've never put anything up my nose ever since, and never will. So it was a good lesson. I learned my lesson very, very quickly, and yeah. That's funny. We were just talking about the front license plates and the tint. Who was I talking? I feel like I was talking about it with Issa and Nikki D in person. I feel like we had this conversation. The tint, what I never got up here, that's another thing, non. Like up here, they'll pull you over for the dark tint and stuff, but like, why do they allow auto places to put that tint on? I mean, I disagree. Like, I don't think that they should even be able to pull you over for it being too dark. But why do they allow people to do it? Oh, it was awful, Arctic. I can go right back to it. My nose starts tingling just thinking about it. Oregon has no emissions, and you can ride in the back of a truck. Yeah, I mean that was my childhood right there, non. That's no more up here. I don't know if it was legal, like technically legal when I was a kid to ride in the back of a truck, but it happened everywhere. Like, you know, and in front of cops, like too. Like my buddy's dad would pick up 7 of us for baseball practice, and everyone be in the back of that truck, whatever. But I mean, in hindsight, not the safest thing. And not, I'm all for freedom, my bro. You know that. But some things, like it's probably better off that they change some stuff. You know what I mean? It's probably better off that they stopped having that play area in the back of station wagons where you would throw like 4 kids. I'm just saying, I enjoyed it, but I could see I could see where we could try to put safety first. Yeah, that's pretty wild. The front license plate, I agree. Again, that's just one of those things. It's always been a law here, so I've just always abided by. It's something that I just. McDonald's is in fact dangerous, allegedly. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's such a thin line between infringing on freedoms and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the same could be said for seatbelts. You know what I mean? Seatbelts, even more so, you're not saving anybody else's life by putting a seatbelt on, but yet it's a law that you have to wear one. And that took pushback from the car companies. Yeah, that's why I don't have a new Corvette. That's one of the main reasons why I'm not getting it. Too, non, because I ain't gonna drill some holes in the front bumper. Outside of not having anywhere near the money to afford one, I think the drilling holes, that's where I draw lines. I don't even think about my seatbelt and put it on. But that's because uh, I drove without a license for like 3 years. So I had to make sure I minded my P's and Q's. And it just became a. Yeah. Well, and again, they should probably be legal. I mean, I guess again, people should have the right to do whatever they want, but the minute that they knew what big tobacco was doing back in the 80s, with adding all the addictive chemicals and stuff like that, the minute that they knew that, they should have either forced them to change or shut the shit down. You would have had some angry people for a little while, no cigarettes. There would have been bootleggers, stuff like that, but we would have got over it and millions of people's lives would have been saved. But instead, they came up with the Master Settlement Agreement, MSA, tacked an extra tax on every pack of cigarettes, told them, let them off the hook for any kind of damages caused by smoking. And, oh, yeah, and you don't have to change. You can keep putting all those chemicals in there. No worries. It's funny to me, too, that people can have any faith in the FDA whatsoever and when cigarettes are an FDA approved product. They changed the front plate law there, so they changed it to you need one or you don't need one now. I mean, I see plenty of people with no front license plate around here. I don't know if the cops really do anything about it. Probably get a fine sent to you. That's an oxymoron. What, the FDA thing? I always get confused on oxymoron. What's an oxymoron? Like jumbo shrimp? Like that? Isn't that an oxymoron? I think. Ah, you don't need one. Good stuff. Well, and I would think technology, with the way that they can scan plates nowadays, it doesn't matter if you have a I don't think cops are visually identify are visually identifying license plates much anymore. I think it is, not. I think that's an oxymoron, jumbo shrimp, right? Safe stocks equals oxymoron. What's up, CBS Frog? Good to see you. What's funny too with the SIGs is how they fake pulled the product that people use to get off SIGs. What's it called? I tried Chantrix. After the patent ran out, they came up with this bullshit reason to pull it so that nobody can make money off it generically, when really what they did that so they could have another patented product out to replace it. That was grimy. This is true, Billy Ray. This is true. Definitely doesn't matter if you got 50 Bentleys in the West Indies. I did see one. I don't know if we've seen a Bentley. We did see a Rolls Royce down there in Florida. That's something you don't see often up here. Hey, what about catfish? What about it, Lobo? Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, non. Excuse me. I get it. I get it, man. I mean, thankfully here, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's a morally just reason or just of a shortage of staff, but cops don't really mess with you for no reason around here. And again, I don't know. I'm not saying that we have like the best cops in the world or they're all whatever. It's probably more of a they don't have time thing. Yeah, I mean that's kind of probably a conversation we should have after dark. That's a good topic because I think that's something that isn't really thought of. I think when people think of targeting they automatically think of a minority or a racial type thing when targeting could be the complete opposite in some situations. In some situations, I'm not saying that that doesn't happen because it absolutely does. But you make a good point about targeting in the sense of somebody, and I wouldn't even just say not only that you think can pay. I mean, I think that's part of it, but then I think that they think is willing to pay, that they think is compliant. So it's weird. Yeah, being in Cali is probably part of it as well. That's probably but that's an interesting perspective about getting people that can pay. And I think also I think it's a situation that we have far too often where two things could be right without needing an argument. Whereas in a lot of forums, that's going to cause there's no way that targeting only happens to this group of people, whoever you think it is, where it could be different targets for different reasons, for different outcomes. And to play off that a step further, that could be done on a level too. When you want to talk financially, that's the motive for them incarcerating lower earning citizens, low income citizens, because they're not, they would rather incarcerate them than incarcerate somebody that's making a lot of money in a legal way and paying a lot of taxes, I guess. So a couple different ways you could look at that, but either way, they shouldn't have pulled you over for no damn license plate. You got one on the back, good to go. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Well, and that's So I seen some people talking about that on Twitter. An interesting thing. We've seen all these AI generated images. What if people start sabotaging companies and put out an AI generated image where the company supports whatever cause they think is controversial, whatever it is. We ain't gonna get into anything, but just a controversial cause. You get an AI generated image out there that portrays that they do. The tough thing now, you put the company in a situation where they have to take a stand on a situation where normally they would be neutral in. You know what I mean? Because they either have to come out and denounce it or accept it, whatever the issue happens to be. So just another I think kind of fear of AI wherever we go with that, with the deep fakes and stuff like that. And most of them that you see now are comical, but you have to think that in the near future, and you have to think that if we're getting access to all this comical bullshit AI, that somebody has the advanced AI that can really create deep fakes that are really legible. I told you guys, I listened to that podcast yesterday that was 100% AI generated between Joe Rogan and the guy that invented Chat GPT or created it. Maybe probably not invented, but the guy that started the company. And it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Like, I don't know. I gotta look more into that, and I'm gonna today and see how they did it. Yeah, it's called the Joe Rogan AI Experience. That was the first episode, him and Sam Altman. There you go, Lobo. I just dropped the link in there. It's not perfect by any means, and the fact that you know it's AI going into it, I think gives you, psychologically gives you a little biasness anyways. But it's pretty wild. But I think there's probably going to be a lot of good stuff that comes with this. There's probably going to be a lot of things that make people's lives easier. People that that are on home medications, home treatments, things like that AI can help with. Elderly people, I think AI can probably be a major upgrade in the way that they live their lives. So it's not, I don't think it's by any means all doom and gloom. I think the future is so bright, we got to wear shades. We just got to get through this bullshit first. And we're gonna. It's like everything else. Hard times, they come, they pass, and they come to pass. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. It's again, don't ever get anything that I say twisted. I'm still the proudest American you'll know, and wouldn't trade this, being here for anything. But that doesn't mean that we can't give a little constructive criticism every now and again on how we run our own house. That's all. And as long as we keep getting buckets and grandmas in the chat, we're good. We're good. Everything's going to be good. Billy Ray knows it. Look at, he's got his future so bright. Look at, he's got shades on in the picture. He knows what's up. AMC knows what's up. Let's see if we can't pass that daily high. We're up at 564. The high is 572. The Dow back up now 0.16%. The S&P up 0.1%. NASDAQ down just 0.1% now. So was down over 0.5%. Climb back up. We'll see if it can go green here. And if we see a sudden push on the NASDAQ here with a lull in the Dow, this would be, again, guys, where I would call green. But again, it means just the momentum, just the way the momentum's changing. And once we get that, once we get the time frames kind of narrowed down and be able to start looking at actual trades with this method, we're gonna knock your socks off, because it's gonna be a good collaboration. It's gonna be a it's gonna be all right. Man, Billy Ray, if you have any AI experience, you should be looking over here. The word on the street is AI people are getting hired up like nobody's business here, with huge sign-on bonuses, huge 1-year contracts, 1 to 3 year contract. So I don't have any AI experience whatsoever. I seen Max Hedren as a kid, and I'm like, this shit is scary. I don't want nothing to do with it. You could probably get contacts, Lobo. You could probably get some sun contacts. Do they make sun contacts? Maybe we should make sun contacts if they don't. Awesome, brother. Awesome. Strike while the iron's hot, man. Strike while the iron's hot. All right, we got 10 minutes before trader lunch. I think that's a good idea, Lobo, if they don't already have them. Throw some sun contacts in. Auto GP allows you to task Chat GPT to go off and do multiple tasks on your behalf. Nice. The other is Chat GPT style, model you run locally, and this is the way personal assistant style on your own hardware. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, you know, and I'm going to tell you this because I think you're capable of doing great things, Billy Ray, but at the same time, when you make some cool shit, don't be afraid to sell out and save yourself the hassle of running things down the line. I know that sounds kind of terrible, but if you can get your nut, as Taco on the league would say, get it, brother. And that's the stuff that I'm talking about with AI that I think is going to be really cool. Stuff that's going to make our lives easier, more efficient, and of course, it could be used for nonsense too. It's just like social media. There's some people that social media is a great thing. They've been able to keep in touch with old friends, whatever, and are not that just use it in that, and then there's obviously all the downsides of it that we know. It's just what scares me, Billy, is how hot this is right now, and it's probably not the technology that we want to see hastily put together. You know what I'm saying? With people that just have profits in mind and to be the first to get something out. And I think that's where something could go horribly wrong. Well, keep thinking and working, brother. Keep thinking and working. And, I've told you before, I'll tell you again, I can't help you on any of that technical end, but if you need any kind of support that I can help you with, I'm always here. Always here, looking forward to the bowling game, and yeah, anything we can do to help along the way, all you got to do is ask. Guide using ChatGPT. They have the Storm Riders guide in there, and pretty certain the Rough Guides travel guides. I have no idea what that means. Oh, okay. So guide like ask ChatGPT for surf spots near you. The detail is good. Okay. So, okay, let me see if I'm following this from a dum-dum's point of view. So is what you're creating like a personalized, this is just yours, knows what you're, and would it continue to learn based on like what you're doing? Like would it learn what you like, for instance? So like restaurants would or would it just be what it is? Does it continue to evolve? Does it continue to learn off of what you input into it? And then so like like you have its own thing. You have an app like that. That's where I say, what do I need Google for then after that? If I've just got a chat GPT, if I've got a robot in my pocket that could answer every search engine question I could ever have and provide me links to the actual websites without having to go through Google. This is all very interesting. Is that a robot in your pocket? Yeah. Yeah, I think that holds some credence, Ace Lee. Um that our fake selves or our digital selves or our perception of ourselves in the digital world are more prominent than the real us. Ah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting. So then, would you try to evolve that? Okay, so he says second thing, trying to find out how to do plugins so it can ask to look at my mobile plan and usage, and then go and work out if another plan is better, for example. So man, the possibilities are endless with that. And I feel like once you have the groundwork, now again, I have to preface this by letting you guys know I am technically unsavvy, so this may make zero sense. But once you have the basis for that to do it with, say, your mobile plan, Seems like it would to add other aspects would be easy after having the groundwork. So your electricity provider, your insurance provider, your anything that you're, and then just as far as products, okay, can I get this cheaper? Where can you find this the cheapest? And it's stuff that like I know you can get manually, but the whole point of this is to avoid all that, right? All bills and expenses, yeah. Yeah, and I guess we've seen like a moderate version of that. Billy, are you familiar with that service? I think it's like an app. I forget what it's called. I see a commercial for it a million times a day. Basically, their shtick is they make it easy for you to cancel monthly bills, monthly subscriptions. So like you use this service and it somehow whatever you link, it makes it easier for them to, I guess you cancel, like if you wanted to cancel your Netflix, you would do it through them. Like is that would that be like a would that be like an infantile stage, something like that? Or is that, or do you think that's not even, is it not even in the same realm? Is this all, is that all just more manually input stuff? And I'll tell you the reason too that I get so excited about AI now is I think that there's a hope that it might not be monopolized like so much other tech has been. And that's why I've been so kind of doom and gloom on Google, possibly Meta, because of I think there's going to be, just like kind of in the video game world, we've seen not a takeover by any means, but we've seen the rise of independent companies. We've seen people be able to put stuff out right to market. We've seen Microsoft be very accommodating as far as buying stuff up and getting it out on Game Pass, stuff like that. So maybe it's a chance for the little guy to get theirs. Yeah, I love that. I love that, Billy Ray. And I think that's being overlooked, the personalization, the having it almost, and this will sound kind of stupid, but having it almost be like a friend. I know that sounds kind of corny, but having it be something that's more yours, more um I like it. I like where your head's at, and I think you're definitely brilliant enough to do something special with this. Oh, it's got to be overwhelming, Billy Ray. I'm sure it's very overwhelming, and I'm sure your mind's moving in a million directions at once. You know what I mean? Like my brain hurts when I listen to it. I listen to I like Lex Friedman because he's been talking about AI for a long time. MIT dude, worked in AI and has his guests on and just kind of lets them go. But boy, I I feel stupid when I listen to those guys. It's there, man. Another another trigrama. But first, we bowl. Now I don't know if that was unironically a Grease 2 reference, Billy Ray, but it was a good one if so. Question for MIA, for example. Let's do real time. See, you lost me already. As soon as I see you type prompt, to dine in, probably La Hacienda or Buzzies. I'd say La Hacienda. You'd be on vacation, so you could splurge. That's probably well, try this again because I think that's in Canada. So I'm a bad example in that because that's probably, I think that's in Canada, Antica Pizzeria. Or we could just say, for argument's sake, that I said that I think that that's a great restaurant, good service, quality people, fresh ingredients. So what's the main selling point on this, Billy Ray? Is it the convenience of the all-in-one? That this thing will essentially work as your GPS, as your daily planner, as your everything just all rolled into one? Like your regular, would it just be utility based or would it be search based as well? If I was just like, what year did Ken Griffey Jr. hit back-to-back home runs with his dad? Would it be something that it would just be able to answer a common question like that too? Now that's a good review right there. So that's I guess this is where I hit the mental block then. Billy Ray is is everything, are you essentially like keeping an uploaded database in this thing, or is it pulling that information from somewhere? So like if I asked a fact-based question like I just said about Ken Griffey or anything, any historical thing that's factual, does it already know the answer within the program, or does it have to look elsewhere? So does Google, like, is it still using Google? I get we're not using Google through it. Is the AI itself still using a Google based search, I guess is what I'm asking. Like even for the information, is it getting the information from a Google site, and are we just avoiding actually having to visit the site or actually having to use Google? Okay, so with the plugin now, or with just the beta though, so the beta was up to what, 2019? And not to say that stuff still won't be expanded on that, but like that stuff won't change, right? Like historical stuff, factual stuff, that it's been programmed to have from before 2019 or whenever, all that is already it's already able to answer those questions. So I ask it a question: what year was the War of 1812? Let's do this simple. What year was the War of 1812 fought in? It doesn't have to access Google outside of itself to provide me that answer. Okay. I used to work at the Como restaurant, as a matter of fact, Billy Ray. I was riding my bike in Canada with one of the owner's sons when I flew 40 feet headfirst downhill into a pile of rocks and cracked my head open and broke a bunch of ribs and some other stuff. But yeah, they're a big, Como's a big one here. That's a good question, Ace Lee. How does the Apple phone have its own AI chip so it does not need the internet to do simple tasks? Look at Garth Brooks out here making it rain. Someone better snag up that membership. My man trades for free. That's what I like to see. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Girth. You the man. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to see where AI goes. I think any of us older folks. Sorry, I got a plane that's apparently gonna do a U-turn in my backyard. Um, ever since the Terminator days, stuff like that. I think we've already always had a little bit of built-in anxiety. I wouldn't even say fear, but I would say anxiety around AI. And don't get me wrong, I think we still have to be aware of some of the negative issues, but we at the same time, I think we need to embrace the positives of it and enjoy the stuff that it's going to bring society. I heard an interesting quote. I forget the guy's name. He's somebody. He's a Bitcoin enthusiast, but he said religion was the first god, the search engine was the second god, and now AI is God 3.0. So yeah, I think everybody would, and I think I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet, but because I don't think it happens overnight either, Ace Lee. I think it's something when you look at something as simple as like a Roomba or something like that, or Alexa. Somewhere hundreds of years in the future, those things will be in Smithsonian's or whatever museums they have at the day of kind of when we first started incorporating AI into our lives on such a small. It'll be looked at it as such a small scale. I feel like in the future, but now it's like, or it'll excuse me, I misspoke. It'll be looked at on such a big scale in the future, whereas now we didn't look at it like, okay, a robot friggin' vacuum cleaner with that. Okay, cool. A lady that plays the songs I tell her to. Cool. But that stuff will be, I think eventually it'll be looked at as like the foundation of the incorporation of AI and how far it goes, whether we become, you know, half AI creatures at some point. Who knows? Well, yeah, that would be an issue. I was gonna ask when we can talk a little deeper about it, Billy Ray, as far as is how advertising works into it, and that's my biggest question is not just advertising and monetization is my question of how Google comes out of this successfully, how they're able to monetize what they have. Oh, beautiful. So, Billy, I was in line. I think it was the Transformers ride. Me and Nikki were in line, and there was a group of college students in front of us at Universal, and they were talking about, and it was funny in a sense. It was, I don't know what it was, but like they were saying that most of their classes these last 3 months have been meaningless because it's been all about transitioning to this and how to identify AI. Like, from what I gather, again, this is just me listening into some people talking, but from what I gathered, it occupied most of the class time of um, addressing AI written papers, things like that. How the teachers can identify AI. It's very strange. Very strange, somewhat terrifying because obviously it's that big of an issue that what's the next step? It's already it's already hard enough for teachers as it is, and now you have kids given the ability to have AI write papers that, although I know there's already programs to recognize them and stuff like that. I don't know, how do you address all that? Well, naturally, Lobo, duh. Well, and I don't think that there's enough people talking about how to revolutionize education in a positive way. I think teachers and stuff don't want to change. They have what they had, and the people that are higher up in there, they just want to retire. They don't want the system to have an overhaul, but it needs it at some point for the good of the teachers and the students. Well, think about that, Billy Ray. Paying $20 a month, if you're able to save yourself an hour of time, even if you're able to save yourself 20 minutes of time throughout that month, which I'm sure you're saving a lot more time than that, that in itself is worth it. Even if it doesn't monetarily pay for itself, time saving is just as big, something we take for granted, including myself. Including myself. We put values on everything in life, stocks, this, that, the other thing, and sometimes forget the value of our own time. All right, quarter after 12, guys. We are 15 minutes into trader lunch. All three indices green now. The Dow up 0.29%, the S&P up 0.2%, the Nasdaq up 0.06%. Still not a big enough swing for me to see a big momentum shift. And that's the other thing with like what I'm doing, guys. Again, not to keep harping on that, but just to explain it so I don't sound like a complete bozo when I'm talking about it. It's not something that like the indicator is going to be there all day, every day, or there'll be some days where you don't get the shift for that indicator at all. But it's just like everything else where you kind of have to be patient. And what I'm looking for, you have to wait and see if it accumulates. Whereas we have the luxury of having Enzo, who can look at something any which way it's moving and be able to give a judgment on it. So a little bit of combination of different skills around here at OTC. Make sure you like and subscribe with your lips, as they would say. You are, Lobo. You're a survivor. Proud of you, bud. Proud of you, bud. Probably shouldn't do that, GTA. Probably shouldn't do that. I would say 4 out of 5 dentists would not recommend that. I always say that when I introduce my brother-in-law to somebody because he's a dentist. I'll tell people, I'll be like, he's the 5th dentist that disagrees with everybody. Gets a laugh like 1 out of 7 times. So, yeah, I would say it's it's pretty good. Sorry guys, I've been up. I'm on that Enzo-ish right now. I've been up all night chasing rabbits down holes. All right, 12:20. I got a few things I have to take care of here, so I'm gonna step away for a moment. Try to make sure Enzo's not in a Call of Duty coma, and then I will be back with y'all. Let me see. I'm gonna leave AMC up here since it's about to break that high here in a few minutes. And I'm around if anybody needs me. If not, I will see you guys shortly. Much love, everybody.